屁啦！我没有超过10秒，一定没有超过，你们不要再骗了。够容了？没有，一定没有。我刚才开了一个闪现，但是我现在闪现 C 需要90秒翻。我要把我的蛋拿过来吃。当当当当当当当当当当当。哇！被看到了，对了，是的，我看看，怎么会呢？不行，不分。不行，不可以，不行不行不行！我今天都要说不行，直接哭了。可以等12:01的时候来跟我说，我就说好。可以给零饭吃吗？还是你要，还是你来我这边吃好了？我可爱的 Q， 也是没关是吧？我昨天还在拍东西，我昨天有拍了一个小短片，有发现的人就会发现。对啊，后面一幕没关。我有断麦吗？我怕你们就是听不太清楚看看哦。OK， 这样是不是就更清楚了呢？耶！这样你们就可以听到我吃东西的声音了，耶！这就是我的目的。我把音感调高了一点点。小短片是 IG 吗？小短片是抖音。干掉下去了。大众机。没事啊，没事啊。但是真的有点多我觉得我会吃不完。我习惯这样子。 这面不会掉口红，把它吃下去就好啦。好吃，超好吃。公公好酷啊！我很喜欢炒面里面有木耳，木耳好像特别好吃，脆脆的。
正在忙 Tilda 在听63的 ASMR 中 Tilda。
感谢 Stanley 100点。你喜欢木耳里面有炒面，确实。木须炒面什么意思啊？我吃的很小心，因为我键盘是白色的。看。之前我还有喷，我还有那个，电餐券，还没看到去补 VOD 啊，上一段吧，没有很久。鸡肉吗？很嫩啊。喝个汤。太淡了。太淡了，但是没关系。刚好面咸，配一点清淡的汤。战旗乌龙面，那个乌龙面到底叫战旗还是战汁啊？旗，所以我念对。爽，好爽！ 偏白。对啊，我觉得发色让我整个人发光。最后面下身是什么事？哦，我喝水，我只是喝水而已。吃东西发布出声音会，吃东西发出声音会影响到别人吗？在外面应该是就是不要发出声音啊。但我现在就吃给你们看，我还要管什么？没看欸。会介意别人说发？如果我在家的话，我不介意，可是去外面可能会有点小在意。但是如果是就是不是我认识的人的话，我也不 care。我在日本，可是还好欸。我觉得照个人习惯，就是让外面就不要觉得太大声。可是有人好像会特别讨厌发出吃东西的声音。我刚才夹了一大个面变2条。我是很怕吃西餐的时候，有人就是切牛排切掉盘子的声音，我觉得很不舒服。但是我不会怕那个刮黑板的声音。等一下，我觉得好热哦，咀嚼无法。那你完蛋了，怎么办？很怕魔鬼章，想要，因为我刚才发出嚼嚼嚼的声音哎。哇，今天好热哦，是时候把温度开到23了。fuck。nice。我太壮了，一定是我的肌肉太壮了。天哪！我太壮了，信不信一拳把你们扁死？我不行。一拳打爆你的眼睛！有点不习惯的订阅哦？难道你是喜欢被打爆眼镜的人吗？居然在这个时间点 订阅了啊，10K。来，现在想要被打爆眼睛的人，来，那个表单填下去。我一拳就飞出去了。不开心时看到我会很开心，那就好。我觉得你们开心的时候可以享受开心，没关系。但你们不开心的时候可以来看我，然后你们就变开心了。因为我最近都在审那个，在审我 YT 的影片，因为我刚才我觉得我自己好好笑。我觉得我蛮好笑的，对吧？快来！不要，你太近了，你不要这样。斜开话，没有啊。我觉得我怎么样都不会是斜开，斜开是你们吧？还以为哦，笑死，笑死！我冷气终于突然变冷，爽！可是我的游戏比较好玩，可是好吧，那我没话说。你们的也可以很好玩啊，只是你们不要而已。我在想，我昨天在打 Apex， 我本来要上金牌了，突然一个扣大昏，好不爽。那我就睡了，带着不爽的心情就睡了。第一次刚厨房台，可是你没跟到我们厨房台是刚刚已经结束了。哈，有啊，炫打。哦，对了，我昨天刚好在跟我朋友打。我也没有找啊，他们好像也满了。Apex 手游，我觉得 Apex 手游是要用 ROG Phone 会玩比较有体验。扁平足没有聊天室有扁平足吗？被手把的屌虐，不知道会不会模拟器在？对哦，有，就你。 哦，刚刚有看到了，好吧，恭喜。其实我不太懂，可是扁平足可以拥有很完整的脚印哎，就是你在沙滩上的时候，你是一个完整的脚印哎。风吉，它叫风吉啊，风吉，我帮你提醒一下，是风吉。一团在那边，不是啊，很酷啊，觉得吗？跑步会比较慢，可是又没有需要跑步，对吧？当兵，运动来说很伤。那我想一下，扁平。那如果你们就是买一些有足弓的鞋垫的话，那你们就有足弓了啊，对不对？遇到僵尸要跑啊，现在没有僵尸啊。会哦，这样很容易足底筋膜炎或是抽筋。我之前去香港逛街的时候啊，因为逛街就香港逛街不是你不会特别去搭，因为地方都很近，所以你不会特别去搭计程车或是就是搭地铁，然后就在那边走来走去，说看走到脚底筋膜炎我整个不行跑太慢了，追不到女朋友。扁平足也不能久走，应该还好吧。我下次去香港，我之前蛮常去香港玩的，然后就是逛，走，然后脚很痛，超疲倦。你跟家人逛街逛到哭，身体无法前倾蹲着，往后会倒。这样蛮可爱的，其实。白香港人，对，足弓像弹簧，没有足弓的缓冲力，力道会直接传到膝盖，膝盖会容易受伤。聊天室现在是那个咸蛋瘦肉粥最帅的时刻了，人生巅峰，他竟然讲出这样子如此知识分子的话，他平常都在讲干话，我实在太惊讶了。你是谁？你是谁？我没有在凑。哇，是他平常都在讲干话他突然认真起来，我真的吓死我了。你是伪扁平足，跑不快还要当兵。当兵跑不跑得快这件事情会影响到什么吗？还是它并不会影响到什么？不会，钱啊？谁跑得快钱会比较多？那还好。那你荣誉价哦，升官的话是会的。你们谁还没有订阅我的 YT 啊？他再差一点点，然后就29000了。你们知道眨眼睛代表什么吗？猫咪眨眼睛代表它在说我爱你，但我不是猫咪，但是我爱大家。哇，刀足弓太 代表眼睛很干。有啊，我有说出口啊，你们就是都没说出口啊，好烦哦，臭直男。猫咪，猫咪，猫咪。谢谢雨辰的2个月，晚上好。这个也要订阅吗？那个也要订阅啊，都要啊。我在想一件事情，就是说，我到底有没有需要，就是弄个完全否生活的频道？你们觉得有需要吗？因为我想很久他现在终于不烫了。先不用吧。好哦，因为我怕说，就是有一些可能喜欢生活类的观众啊，但是我这边会像游戏类的，所以然后游戏类一定会大于生活类。那这样子的话，会不会觉得说，哦，还是他们有自己选？好吧，那我只有再分好了。先用播放清单分类。好的。好，那就到时候再分吧。采纳你们的意见。那我应该多拍一点。生活类型的，是吧？可是我觉得我很无聊，我是个无聊的人我觉得我真的是一只树懒，什么都慢慢的。约会类型，不要。主播定期有人开个约吗？一起打 Apex 算吗？不是我就很诚实这个人，有就有，没有就没有。哇，照自己的生活习惯去做，是一只慢步调的人。野夫咖啡厅，在给我打 iPad 吗？秋叶， 你不是 tag 我说三国要迁进去支援州吗？可是支援州现在很挤耶。现在很挤耶，有位置吗？而且我现在我第二队还没弄好，要迁进去这样，有地方可以练吗？不用找。好的。哇哦，我有专属客服了欸，什么意思啊？我是你的专属客服小香。哦，好的。我有小香。突然发现了，靠北 ，I'm sorry， 不小心先偷抽了一波。会突破那个限制的吗？没有哦，我们要进入3站的时间啦。等一下，看一下。严格说起来，我没有偷点，我是光明正大的给他点下去。You know？ 嘿，没错，没有错。来，请聊天室过去一点啊。来。那我们山谷再大一点。好对齐哦！今天整个强迫症都好了，但是还是想要再下来一点。聊天室下来一点，这个也再下来一点。啊，没对齐。这样好，这样没有问题。来这边直接打开我们的音效。好，欢迎大家来到我们的《三国志战略版》时间。大家好，我是山主播，不是谷歌。我是山主播啊！现在马上为您转播的是我们《三国志战略版》的时间啊。今天这1小时呢，是会有我帮大家来讲解一下我们《三国志战略版》现在目前在做的事情，然后祝大家超盘凤，谢谢。太棒了！那我们这边呢，一来的时候，我们看到我们这边有我们的，木流马在旁边走来走去，当时就是有点烦，所以我们这边选择行军的部分呢，走到这边来，把这个木流马给打掉。但他马上陷入了疲劳状态啊！我现在目前呢的主力就是，我组了一个虎成功，因为我的刚好又多抽到2张太史词，然后我刚好太史词又是点长的，所以当时就是挺开心的，长得蛮帅的，啊。那我们这边呢，就是目前主力部队是这个，然后第二个要给大家参考的队伍呢，第二个主的是我是要转麒麟了。应该是组个麒麟弓吧，然后之后可能会再组一个没有剑的奸雄旗。飞回去了。安宁老师回家了。好哦，那我们现在目前呢是进入这个 S7 赛季的第9天，然后大家都还在，目前是转队伍当中，然后我第1队也是弄好了，现在目前是在弄第2队了。那我第2队其实我把他抓去那个练兵那边，可能会比较快一点，然后也直接强征了。你今天抽到主播安安，你今天抽到典藏甘宁了。 不错。我觉得你好像在跟我炫耀啊。好了，姐别你。他当时就突然秋叶也抽到阿亮，可是秋叶他等了很久呀，而且我这次本来就预测着秋叶第7季会抽到阿亮，那我是不是很准？我看表情超好笑，真的吗？因为我在看他在哪里啊，我要把他编掉啊，太生气了。哎、典藏甘宁很帅哎，气死我了！他刚才打断我。哎，对啊，准吧？我们现在是第7赛季的自选剧本模式，然后自选剧本第7赛季。那我们是选择的是挑战模式的 S3 剧本了，然后现在是开季的第9天，目前大家在转正当中，然后我们第2队打算组个麒麟宫，然后目前主力部队是虎城宫，那大家也陆陆续续的搬到资源州去了，不错，觉得不错，我真的很想要典藏甘宁，哎，他怎么不见了啊？这人怎么这样呢？养小排。你有2根虚虚的典藏甘宁，是哦，是哦，是哦，那很棒哎，那你很棒哎，恭喜！没错，好了，我们来介绍一下我们现在目前，对，我要提醒大家一件事情，我们那个开季的封赏时间已经倒数1天了，所以你们还没有去换封赏的人，请你们记得去换一下，不然时间错过就是不等人礼。对，没错。那还有就是现在这个赛事的部分，可能要用你们手机的端游，就是这个现在有跨地区同盟邀请赛的这个详细的赛况呢，会公布在就是《三国志战略版》的官方那边，官方粉丝团。然后另外这个营地这边也是会有，给不管是新手或是老手啊。的一些资讯，就是《三国志战略版》的官网那边特别架立了一个战略家营地，然后里面有就是各赛季的专题。那如果你是还有一个很重要的是，如果你是新手的话，还有个新手入门的攻略，然后开荒的指南，然后战法介绍，这样会帮助你赶快进入那个状况。因为你刚开始玩，赶快进入状况的话，你自己会觉得蛮轻松的，不然你要花时间去摸索的话，要花一点小时间哦。那我一开始玩的时候就是爬文啊，各个爬文，之前是没有这个战略家营地的，现在有的话可以去看一下，很多人会在那边分享他们自己的阵容，蛮方便的。现在等开兵种宝物，封赏过了啊，这边只剩下这个啦，只剩下宝物啦，倒数1天。帮你抽一下，等一下我帮你抽什么？可以啊，我等一下可以帮你抽啊。那有什么问题？那没问题啊，因为有问题的是你，没有。还要再补阿亮啊？那你很贪心你们打断我，害我不知道我讲哪。哦，对，还有一件事情，就是我现在玩《三国志战略版》已经1年多了嘛，1年几个月这样，然后玩到现在，其实我觉得大家 有人还是会说，就是为什么我可能就是在日常开台的时候没有把山狗的画面开出来，因为其实后面呢，我们就是有一些战略的部分，所以我真的没有办法，就是每一次的开台的时候都把画面给大家看。因为我不想把泄露我们自己的就是情资给就是敌方，所以我就比较少开画面，但不代表说我就是没有在玩，因为我每天早上跟睡前都一定要玩一下的，是吧？这必须的吧。好，那另外呢，这边有一个故事征集哦，就是一样是《三国志战略版》这边粉丝专业的一个特别企划。然后这边呢，我可以，我这个内容蛮多的，这个我们晚点再说好了。我们把这个征集故事征集移到后面。睡前一定要征兵的动作，对啊，我们要隐藏军情啊，差不多吧。所以我也不可能就是在开台的时候把信件点开之类的，或者什么对话打开啊，不行，不能做这种事情。然后这一季呢，我就是我这一季呢，转给就是我们盟里的其他人去担任盟主的部分啊。我这一季想要就是有点小小的半退休，休息一下，休息一季，毕竟过了6季，小累，可以换人帮忙看看。啊，我们看一下地图呗，跟大家说一下目前的世界战场状况。那我出生州是在这个荆楚这边哦。那我们可以看到这个，其实目前也是没有什么，也是只有西城跟上路这边是有刀的。那我们来看一下西城好了。西城这边呢，目前是由这个敌方的卖女孩的联盟攻下的。那这里呢，我们有很多我们自己同盟的人在这边驻守，所以呢，我这边是希望可以把这个地方拿下来，因为我们现在就是成为一个互卡的状态。其实我觉得这样打得非常快，就是一季比一季的节奏还要再更快。因为你看，像我们才开机第9天啊，第9天其实很多人的队伍可能都还没有好，然后就开始开这个，大家协力一起开关口啊、开城啊等等的，然后这边也直接就卡城卡爆这边。那除了西城这边在僵持之外，我看一下哦，还有上路的部分也是僵持啊。这里上路这边也是这个烟雨红楼梦这边拿下的哦。然后海神阁这里是选择必城的状态。我听说上路好像是因为我这边没有视野，所以我没办法看到这边的就是情况。我听说上路好像是昨天开的，对不对？应该是吧？应该是。好，那现在目前啊，除了这2边之外，就是没有其他的战役，因为我们的因刚开季嘛，一定是赶快打好关口，然后进支援州。那我们现在是进支援州是在江汉，那江汉大家也陆陆续续，河北人也进来，西洋人也进来关中，河北也进失利了。那山东这边目前呢是开通了一个博望，但是不知道他们会进江汉还是失利 ，I don't know。然后巴蜀这边也是阳平关跟永安都开了。那我们有一部分人可能也是会待在这个地方吧，我说I don't know。你问我都说不知道耶。河北还没进私立吗？我不知道，我说河北可能会进，可能。 我有加一个可能，来我们看一下局部。可能，我有加可能，通常是这样。好嘞，那其实开季就是我们大家就是各个再弄一下。现在目前诸葛给他转车队，可爱的车队，文姬去给他代练。那我上次好像丢庞统上去吧，庞统加快我的速度。我庞统在哪？等一下，我的分层超人，好，在这。庞统是不是在这啊？没有，庞统不见了这边宣布我的庞统不见了，什么意思？我刚刚瞎了吗？庞统呢？那你陈导过了，有吗？哦，在这里啦！哦，真是不会讲话哦。我受不了他不要是筛选功能，好好笑，看一下正题，强征弄过了，还有这个缺战法点的部分购买。然后这里购买，这边就还好了。有下战功，你们有看到我战功吗？2，难为他了。对啊，受不了。开封期间找一下附近，结果就附近的6、7地都没了。这边是有个8地啊，可是8地啊，我还没试等。那我现在没有体力可以打，看一下。有点硬。可是我现在没有体力啊，所以我也没办法打。看一下有没有其他的，因为我这两个8地都可以打，只是我现在没有体力 ，maybe 要26分钟之后。这边这个一定不能打，被克了。这个盾兵也被克了。怎样？8地都是盾兵是不是？接下来还有什么地方啊？这边有个6桶，这个放掉。那有个8木，是吗？找个地。哦，这里，可是这里人家已经铺好了啊，所以我就没有想说要跟人家抢的意思。快死直接飞！ 抢烂他？不是啊，我也想抢烂。等一下你们可以看一下我的甘老师吗？他现在10分钟。OK。他现在很疲劳，大家不要慌哎、冲过去，不要慌，不要急。OK， 如果我们要抢这里的话呢，我们这里就可以不用放弃了，从这边再扑过去，吃掉这个6桶。OK， 没有问题。就很疲劳啊，整个。先侦查一下，先侦查这6桶，先有钱。OK， 行军过来还是一段时间，15分钟，有点远，其实。当时就是挺远的，把这边调动一下。调动，其实我可以调动过来再走过去，对不对？我笨了，但是我现在阿杜也没体力，所以他必须走过去。我觉得我要来拍一个，就是玩三国10件会让你生气的事情，还有10件让你开心的事情。忘记按调动。在旁边回程的时候，不小心按到金珠回程，对不对？气死！还有快没体力，剩最后一个体力的时候，按错地方，气死欸！你的醒目怎么了？你说什么？我又不理你啊！感谢你的10个月。昨天他工程时间不小心按到回程，气死！哦对，然后还有一个就是，当你要去工作城的时候，你没有盖营帐，但是你行军到快到的时候，你不小心按到回程，也是很烦，气死！还有那个在维修前忘记按征兵。对，还有睡前的时候忘记按征兵，要铜币，对，好不容易在存那个要按铜币招募的时候，不小心按到金珠5连抽。那还有什么？对，还有一个我很不爽的是，当你的队伍其中有2个人或是1个人在演戏，没有发动战法，除了差不多就是大概是关羽或是黄忠突然在演的时候，明明就可以赢，突然间又输了，很不爽。对啊。还有一个很不爽的事情就是当你在行军要去打架的时候，中间被匪突然间撞回去，气死！那开心的事情就是有，你明明就是剩下的兵很少，然后你却赢了对方满兵，耶耶！还有开心的事情。只是想说去撞一下，不小心解到成就像死而后生，耶！然后白板打赢满红大佬，耶！因为他们在演戏，耶！还有抽到自己想抽到的武将，耶！抽到阿亮，耶！那我这边要分享一个。第7季终于抽到曹操了，耶！而且还2只，耶！ 第5队打人家，第1队被私讯只会抓克制，耶！还有等级差很多，但是却赢了对方，耶！残血捡到大吉士，耶！笑死，真的耶，快乐的孩子。无心解像死，耶！当你只是滑手机，想说来按一下5抽好了，结果抽到曹操，耶！还有 S2 的时候，在季末结算前1个小时，把别人的霸业拿走，耶！耶！耶！耶！头臭，超臭哎！你装2只甘宁，那也是不错啊。哦，突然间好香啊！还有搬同盟尾牙的时候，耶！运动会的时候，耶！群英会，耶！很多金猪拿的时候，耶！你在季末结束前1小时贡献排名掉出100 ，so sad， so sad。那你很遗憾哎，但是我们这边还是耶！真的很多很开心的事情，还有就是很生气的事情，好好笑。对了，我这边，现在竟然出了限时的卡包，侵略如火，来看一下武将一览。有机会抽到这个关羽关先生和陆逊陆先生、徐晃徐先生、周瑜 SP P 先生、甘宁甘先生与陆抗先生，哦，很多呢。你们有缺这个吗？这些的话，你们可以抽一下这个卡包。我目前是没有缺啦，所以我好像还好。没有骄兵不暇挥长剑，以挫英雄100万师。陆抗包开抽，可是我记得你不是很多陆抗了吗？你为什么要再开抽？好，那我这边是没有要抽的。我这边抽个半价的英雄好了，对吧？谢谢你哦，潘瑞，谢谢，你可以下去了。谢谢你哦，谢谢，请你离开，很烦。这个人怎么这样？真是的，受不了反正受得了，受不了看来我有成见。你们现在目前这个内政4兄弟如何？你们点到15了吗？我有时候会觉得是不是我点太慢军事这边也还没有点好，没有。哦，对，我刚才忘记说了一个，就是有让人开心的事情，免抽的时候抽到金将，耶！半价抽到金将，耶！寻访的时候寻到金将，耶！那好像很开心的事大于不开心的事分成16，好秋哦！我看一下我分成多少，我分成还没，那可能是保底。保底就保底啊，没办法啊。我这边还是把我张鸟叫出来，但是他目前是屯田中的人。这边呢，决定让他们去屯个田啊，屯个田。我看看，阿香在这边 从 man 到这边，这边看一下去哪哦。孟获这边，请你去屯田，谢谢。虽然你是点长的，但是你还是必须屯田。这边铁矿也囤一下。他米诺塔梅。有过半价免费的出金的。最不开心的是保底成群之类，也还好吧，内政官啊，可以啊。你要曹植也可以啊。我这边祝大家就是金奖抽到，大家人人有金奖，然后抽到曹植好了。七步成诗，他可以拿去帮你铸造一下哦，好像不错哦。噔噔噔，姜维这边已经先到了这里，那我们这边呢？决定这边攻占一下呗。谢喽，不客气。不开心的是你加一点长旁的。来，我跟大家说一下，你们觉得不开心的时候点长旁的话，你们可以看我一下，参考一下哦。我点长的旁格，我点长的旁格可是有2只哦，而且我有点长黄盖哦。是否觉得心里舒服多了？哎呀，不小心让大家看到2只了。这一季抽到的好爽。庞格，庞格是谁？好烦哦！因为我才抽到陈道，好像没什么用，没有要干嘛。白号兵已经换过了。阿满换阴沉，不是啊，我已经换了啊，我换了啊，所以我换完之后，我又抽到2只啊。怎么了？怎么了？怎么了？怎么了？很阿满，不行。吃红，不然他这样摆着好看。我觉得他这样摆着很好看，我觉得很棒。所以就这样吧。你也想要阴沉？最不开心的是你们上一季的关口门神被收买啊，没办法啊，这个就是战争啊，这就是战略啊，没办法啊。夜访啊，日防夜访啊，家贼难防哦，是吧？尤其在下一季就接着是 PK 赛季的时候，你就会发现，你的盟友好像跟你的敌对的人好像有一点关联哦。这样，我们看一下典藏卡包，好帅哦！我的天哪！我刚刚说马超直接换铁池了吗？还是我说吕木换铁池？但我最近是很会抽曹操哎，受不了。平常干你超帅，对啊。杨小排，你刚才是不是说你抽到这个典藏甘宁？是吗？你有哦？哦，是哦。你怎么会有啊？真的是太夸张了，真的是着实的太夸张了。好好哦。真是太好了吧！哎，受不了。第3道。他就是这样被霸凌。哎，典藏是好帅哦，我也想要，因为我没有。对啊， 我也是没办法。其实典藏 SP 咒语也是不错，最帅。夏侯渊也是挺帅的。噔噔噔。我是上次又多抽到一张华佗，我就不知道它可以干嘛，可能 maybe 夏季可以用之类的吧。典藏目录大王，曹操好用吗？我还没有用过所以我不知道曹操好不好用，我没办法跟你说曹操好不好用这件事，因为我也是刚抽到而已。丁种酱放进典藏真的太烂。会有金大象真的典藏的目录大王会有金大象，太酷了！我发色好看，所以订阅，谢谢，谢谢你哦。你今天换到典藏曹操，不知道有什么用？如果你是真的换到典藏曹操的话呢，那你应该是抽到蛮多的。那你抽到蛮多的话，你应该不会不知道你曹操要怎么用哦。那我建议你可以先把它分解掉啊，这样子。如果你不知道要怎么用的话，是不是想唬我啊？怎么可能？我就是觉得，就是如果你抽到典藏曹操的话，里面是可以就是分解啊。你在骗大家了？可恶！你都是用瑞城位换的哦，那你运气很好梦中事成，梦中事成。确实，这边没有不送，不送。我看一下，他那个梦中事成，刚刚前2回合如果自己为主将，则随机副将为自己分担20%伤害。第3回合起自己行动时，如果负面状态，则可获得25%的几率反击，伤害率150%，直到战斗结束。好像不错，好像不错。这个通常这不错吧？很废吗？很废吗？可是如果他25%爆的话，真的 OK 吧？几乎没有人用。我刚才真想问说，你们玩曹操的有用过这个战法吗？来，我们再来看一下关羽。来，嘿，关羽，我们的关羽发动几率是35%哦，但是他还是会演戏哦。对啊，我们这里的戏精是有35%的，好了，那这样相较起来，好像25就是着实的大概率有点小演戏，大概这么小吧，3.5，在5胜夜月刀有40%，在专武的话是有加成，但是我觉得还是有可能会演戏。我现在点我好像可以去换那个。换兵种，可我不想换。我觉得我现在这样很棒。最佳演习军师，没错，没错的是。这边攻占下去，我们把这边路铺到这，然后在此时呢，这个空地就可以放掉。开荒真的是一个悠闲的地方，但是我大概再过不久之后，差不多也要 签成了，要签成到资源周了。秋叶，你可以帮我赶快找地吗？你标给我吧，我要签成了。超过最开心的武将是哪只哦？诸葛亮吧，还有曹操啊，我就很喜欢啊。啊，那时候抽到典藏太史慈的时候，我也蛮开心的，觉得自己赚到了。好，现在聊天室的连接刚好跳出来，这个如果你有兴趣，也是三国迷的话，欢迎大家一起加入《三国志战略版》光荣革新大作，一起加入我们吧。这边有一个下载连接传送门，把你们传送到这个三国世界。而且现在三国山寨这边呢，已经推出了一个直视的直屏版本，你已经可以就是一手掌握你的三国世界，知道吗？就是你在无聊的时候，已经可以这样滑来滑去了，就不用再横屏了，你知道吗？可以自由的切换，挺方便的。对，然后我们这边有例行的一个惯例是，我们会一直来看一下我们的寻访部分呢，有没有我们的潘大哥出现？哪里没看到？因为我现在是用这个电脑版开，所以我可能没有办法给你看。So D，3D 做的很漂亮。对啊，我们从三国还没有出3D 的时候就已经开始玩到现在。你看嘛，仅3D 时会生效，然后它多了那个工程师的特效，然后还有夜间模式会有那个小亮灯。那时候也是挺有感的。那如果你们想要就玩2D 的话，也可以切回去。可是我觉得，如果已经3D 的话，应该已经回不去了吧？对吧？2D 玩到直屏，我也觉得3D 做的很漂亮，兵种也做的很漂亮，还有灭火的动画小人做的很可爱。哦，对。还有那个火祭的时候也是不错。虽然不想玩赤壁剧本，哦，上一季的赤壁剧本，上一季赤壁啊，我想一下，赤壁要怎么说？可是我觉得这就是每一季不同的啊，所以就是你看1到6季嘛，那每个不同的剧本，那第7赛季 S7。就是你自己选择你想要玩的剧本，然后你想要玩的剧本可以分一般模式跟挑战模式可以选。那挑战模式的话是200人一小队报名，那好像也是不错的体验方式，就是它也在更新，它有各种不同的玩法。不想玩任何中立程不能调动的剧本，有连结吗？有，我跟你讲。来，我们刚才连接在上面。如果你没有看到的话，我这边复制贴上给你看。你觉得横屏比较好，直屏还是压缩一点点？各有各的好处吧。因为其实我也是比较喜欢就是横屏，比较习惯。因为我是自己是用 iPad 在玩的，所以我已经习惯了。但是我 iPad 切直屏的话也没差其实，但我就是个人偏好爱横屏，但是我知道有人就是会因为横屏，就是你可能是在上班的时候想要玩一下会不太方便，所以你可以切直屏玩，这会比较方便。最近有氪金吗？我有氪金，但是我跟你们说一件事情，就是我觉得这是一个山寨很公平的地方，就是不管你是氪金玩家还是无氪玩家，都会有机会打赢氪金的玩家。但不代表说你氪金就是你会远远超过所有的人，就是它包含了很多，就是战法的搭配啊，或者是你自己阵容的搭配。如果你今天是一个氪金的玩家，但是你完全不会搭配阵容，就是我们好像之前有看过有一个3皇组合吧。 当时就是挺突然的。好笑。你玩了有机会打爆我吗？你要打爆我，也没有这么容易啦，但是也没有说不可能啊。土地数量也要上限，好的，等一下再放一下。对啊，有时候就是因为它有战法的发动率嘛，所以不见得说哦，你吃了红，你吃了红就代表说你的那个有没有看？比如说你们吃红了，就代表说你的加点。就是你这些武将的加点是可以被比别人多10点可以加的，但是战法的发动率呢还是一样的，所以是你有可能就是也可以白板打赢就是满红的人，所以这是很平衡的一个地方，所以我玩很久，你知道吗？有时候运气不好打克制还被打爆，对，我跟你讲，然后。因为这个游戏就是有兵种克制嘛，像是骑兵是被那个枪兵克制的嘛，然后盾兵就是被骑兵克制的，然后盾兵克制工兵这样，然后工兵又克制枪兵。我刚才应该没有这样子讲错吧？对，应该是这样。我很怕我看着然后念错。对啊，就是这样子，就是很多种可能性啊，所以才会让你就是一直玩下去，就是也是一个热情。而且我自从就是玩3战之后啊，我反而更喜欢就是三国了。三皇应该是情节吧？没有啊，我看他煮那个我吓一跳。好了，那我刚说到哪？我们等一下要一起看一下那个，个故事集。那我带大家看一下这里，给你们看看。关键很大带大家看一下，这就是《三国志战略版》的粉丝专页。然后我们刚刚呢是在这个游戏的上面有一个故事征集的活动，然后想说带大家一起看一下。它这边有一个特殊计划，我这个不是用模拟器开的，因为他们自己本来就有电脑版可以下载。我们看一下这大概内容。他现在的故事征集呢，就是兄弟们的深刻故事，就算是一个他们自己的一个特别计划。经过超过500天的日夜征战，然后从就是素不相识到互相信任啊，这就是《三国志战略版》。我也觉得这是一个很优势的地方，就是我们确实是玩了3战之后，大家感情变很好，然后交到蛮多朋友的。对，没错。那他这次这个计划呢，就是邀请新旧朋友一起分享，就是你跟你的同盟兄弟最深刻的故事啊，然后会进行就是这个撰写、采访，然后把这个内容呢，聘请演员进行微电影的拍摄。哇，很酷很酷好，等一下，然后这个活动期间呢是从即日起到5月29日的晚上11点59分。然后征集的主题是透过游戏建立起真实的兄弟情谊，内容规范，会使采访内容以及微电影剧情丰满。本次征集需大约400字，400字蛮容易的。好，那这边小乔会根据就是完整度啊，是否符合主题啊，精彩程度不同的角度评选出故事，进行后续的奖励发放哦。然后并将这些自优秀的故事中挑选 撰写的进行采访，基于故事的内容编辑，然后聘请演员拍摄微电影。哇，如果我们的故事然后可以拍成微电影还不错我们这边有没有什么？我们这边有写手吗？如果我们这边有写手的话不错你看这边活动奖励有动人故事奖，有2000金珠加金印30天5个名额，然后跟1000金珠30天金印5个名额，在500金珠银金印30天20个名额，在10个名额是200金珠，然后会将从这个符合评选的标准及内容规范者中挑选出这个得奖励的人选，好像不错到今天为止，到今天晚上12点来不及了吗？是不是来不及了？哇，来不及了除非我们现在秒写之类的。然后这边有一些注意事项，每个 ID 角色账号只能领1次的奖励，但是你不能抄袭或是复制别人的内容。然后这边呢，注意事项下面还有几项，要自己要看一下，如果你们要参加的话。我靠！再看一下这个兄弟情深的故事。真的是，如果讲到兄弟情的话，真的会想到就是我们的桃园盾，对吧？难兄难弟的，关羽好帅其实我刚才可以用这个 banner 讲我刚才干嘛要练着讲？然后我刚才还有点阅读障碍。但是没关系，一切都过去了。那我们就是在带过，让大家看一下吧。动人故事奖，然后奖励有这些。然后这是专访，哇，连鞋子歌都有玩过算是哪些系列游戏呢？哇，这有没有采访过程？然后改拍成微电影，哇，拍成微电影，我很期待。这边下面有人分享哇，谁在这手环敲麦啊？来，我看一下这个人。现在的我比500天前更勇敢了。在第1赛季的我还只是个小萌新，根本不知道一些境界的知识、战法都全部乱配。但我的运气很好，遇到了刚攻进山东的第1大盟。于是我跳槽进去之后，结交了许多好朋友，大家也会教我如何配战法、配将，跟那些武将要练，哪些不用，还有一些小知识。后来赛季结束之后，我们拿到了霸业，就进入了 S2 赛季。S2 赛季可以说是玩最开心的一赛季，因为新增了侠客军机制，征兵变快，还能打游击战。因为千城无需进驻，但最后并没有拿到最高霸业。不过中间的闲聊、炫耀和打斗都让你不亦乐乎。然后他的字，这个人的字超级多。然后，等一下，请问这个是下面这个是复制贴上吗？我这边抓到有人复制贴上。怎样？每个人一开始开头都是现在的我比500天前更勇敢了。等一下，那我现在立马来想一个，好不好？这个故事真集现在的我比500天前更勇敢了。一开始我还是个小萌新，只是想说要跟大家一起玩一款游戏，之后就找到了《三国志战略版》。让我接触了大家，再从赛季之中呢，让我感受到就是大家的互相配合。虽然中间有过许多争执，但是我们也因为这些磨合变成了好朋友。谢谢《三国志》让我交到了许多好战友以及好敌人。那过程中呢，从第1赛季到第7赛季，我们遇到了非常多人。那也谢谢那些对手。天哪！我可以写我是写手啊，我是写手啊， 我念你们的、啊，还是我直接啊？对耶，哇！可是那开头一定要就是现在的我比500天前更勇敢了。我可以耶！然后我有语音输入系统啊，我这样一定随便念超过400个字哎，好像不错。这边好像很不错哦。我们这边姜维再继续铺地啊。怎么让我都感觉就是你很低？你的大队伍有梦一穿三，你是被一穿三又那可能是你的那个搭配出了一点问题。官方搞不好看到现在我就跳掉了，又有在闹。没有没有在闹我是超认真的，超认真的哦。而且我这样念一念，应该超过400字，应该可以更长。在这个过程中，所以我觉得应该拍成一个微电影会不错。他桃园脸白，你桃园脸黑，那就是脸的问题了，那没办法。跟你讲，这有些事情也是没有办法的事了。哇，太好了！那我跟你们说，最后要跟大家说一下，就是《三国志战略版》呢会不定期的推出各种不同的活动，因为像我们有加那个同盟小管家，然后他都会，就比如说官方赞助大家什么办尾牙或是活动，他们都会提供，就是不管是金印啊、图纸啊，或是金珠啊，奖励都很多，然后还有实体的奖品。实体的奖品其实对上次那个卷挂轴是我拿走了，滑鼠垫也是我拿走的。我在想我哪时候要抽给你们，你知道吗？我还在思考。对，我也觉得就是3站很认真在就是理解每一个玩家的需求，这也是为什么我会玩这么久的原因，因为内容一直不断的在更新嘛，然后你自己也可以感受到就是官方对玩家的重视程度，这样。好啦，太棒了！我跟你们说。这就是不定期活动的好处，像我们参加过了应该3、4次的活动吧，然后有时候是奖励是多到我们发不完我们可能就是我们参加的人，然后分完之后分给就是如果我们赛季里面有门神的话，我们会分给门神，给一些资源给门神。还有玩过猜武将，对啊。猜武将有精心 P 图拜托！猜武将可是精心 P 图我的天哪，受不了！跳出来付款，感谢订阅2个月，我这服是第7季。你记得你中武将结果出了5只。我也觉得我觉得猜武将应该是我们那时候觉得最好笑的最高峰。那一天我真的是 P 图 P 的超累的复制人先复制，每次贴图上来就是先打到一个中，肥料也是不错。肥料说不定就去拿去换典藏了呗，对吧？最后跟大家说一下，就是如果你想要跟我们一起玩3站的话呢，因为我们比较后面的伺服器，所以你们可以从第1季开始体验，就是后面新开的伺服器，因为我们现在目前的伺服器是没有办法创建新角色，因为可能会跟不上大家的脚步。所以如果你想玩3站的话，可以从第1赛季开始体验，我觉得会比较好。 不会有典藏？我帮你看一下，有吗？没有吧？没有啦，你放心啊，没有典藏在意。对啊，好可惜啊！那我们差不多《三国志战略版》的环节告一个段落咯。那如果你也喜欢《三国志战略版》，或者是你是三国迷的话，推荐大家可以体验一下我们的三国世界男人的浪漫，真实的三国男人的浪漫。我们用这句话 slogan， 官方 slogan 结尾，赞。OK， 没错，这种种的每一季的爱恨情仇啊，也是非常的值得体验。那我这边删主播要下班了，那你们如果想要下载的话，聊天室有下载连结，有自己专属的下载连结，可以用那连结下载。好啦，那我们这个三国时间差不多告一个段落了，我们把镜头交还给棚内棚主播啊。大家好，大家好，你好，我好，大家好。结果呢？刚刚删主播已经下班了，还由我这个棚主播这边来主持一下啊。还好，大家还好吗？我要把面吃完，我刚才超想吃，好饿哦。对啊，秋叶不要再抽吗？你要抽什么？我现在要给你扫哦。人不见，他在啊。神之手代抽已上线，你要抽什么？哪一包？赶紧陆续。哦，你要抽侵略如火哦。抽2万。那我给你们先预测一下哦。抽2万，好的。抽2万，我已经帮你换好了。对啊。这代抽工作室已上线。all in 了，2万。 会不会第一抽就抽到啊？然后直接不用玩了？第一抽出2金了，直接没了。我会抽到法阵，不要吧？我这样看起来应该不会很贪吃吧？等一下，想说再抽这把它吃完，可是好像就太急了。哎，我给你们看，这包是这样。输光光，完蛋！这包很好了，很不错啊，你抽啊！哎，你不会抽到菜包了？阿婆，2万金珠，甘宁陆续来不来？哦，好，再来10、15、20。等一下，我觉得你怪怪的。哦，原来是你，你在这个地方。你们应该要去我这，这个应该有附近了吧？换位置。哎，我在哪啊？等一下，我不是在附近吗？这里吧，对 ，OK， 来 ，OK 了，我自己找到了，来，这次要出金了，冰，保底耶，保底耶。等一下，什么意思啊？音乐的问题吗？那你？徐晃，哎，徐晃啊，再来。来，再来，哎，什么意思？好晃哦，好晃！陆抗，哎，那个抽到儿子算吗？很像了，跟你讲，很像了。等一下就中了，来，一定来，一定！哦，要保底了，来，甘宁，是你吗？没事，我们还有机会，再来，最后一抽，再4圈， 好，再4000，来，好，最后4次哦。咦，嘿，嘿，嘿，没有了，完了！你等一下，可能就是要出最后一金了，你要保底了，什么意思啊？气在乱欸。而且上面这些人也是抽到那个徐晃啊，然后主兽啊，黄盖。今天你诸葛已经可能就是人生巅峰了。再按一次是不是？好，你自己说的。阿威神预言。你这个是被阿威毒奶的，没办法，哇，我帮你抽到儿子，再1金，好，你真的不要上头了，再来哦。我真的觉得你大不如抽大池你不要再抽了，我觉得你已经上头了，你不能再抽了。我刚刚你说2张公孙，然后2张晃哥，太夸张了。这卡包我不行怎么会这样啊？1、2、3、4、5、6，但是我帮你凑6金这样。1、2、3、4、5、6、7，我帮你抽了7金，我觉得你要停损了。OK， 5、6只能用的啊，对啊，不错啦。余望很差吗？不会啊。好吗？乖。止损，刚刚出7金，6金还是7金？我想一下，我看一下啊，7吧，7金，7金，你的战报，强迫症，含金量是很高啦，但是有点错了。对，没事，你有阿良，这样就好了 ，nice。好了，我灯出了，给你灯吧。天哪，神预测法阵好扯哦。对啊，听错人了。元宝露露，你都没有。挑战10万参加音乐季。你们不觉得我头发长出来了，好烦哦！我吃完了。我顺便去倒水哦，等我一下。倒水，倒个水，收个餐巾垫。吃饭一定要弄餐垫，不然会桌子很烦。RIC 都没有帮我倒水，他最近翘班。他明明就有，还被说翘班，好扯哦，烦哦。那都我自己倒，都我自己弄，都是我自己，我承担了所有。同志扛下了。 他猜到了，有，我刚才拿到了。我都忘记有饭后水果这个环节。熊猫超市打不开，好。芦苇翘班，挥手。Say with me。我调高点，这样，这样音感就不会太大了。今天本来想要买芭乐的，可是又被这个莲雾的，还有奇异果的哦，好甜哦，好甜啊！这莲雾超小的可是很甜芒果，我蛮喜欢吃芒果的，可是我吃芒果吃太多会过敏，所以我就是尽量不要吃太多。奇异果，可能你比较甜吧。芒果少吃比较好，为什么？Oh my love， 我很好奇一件事情，你们有 follow 那个 Amber Heard 跟那个吗 ？Johnny 的那个官司吗？超好看他到底庭审了没啊？结束了没啊？礼拜二要出炉了。神奇啊！昨天的邮局没结果，昨天的是哪一个啊？看一下啊，昨天20小时之前是那个心理学博士的那个，我看，本来下判决了，陪审团没结论。祝你有美好的一天，谢谢。谢谢。看看在哪？无法一致。
And I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Okay, the first category you talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results.
我觉得这个女生逻辑很好，但是她有一点，
administered 12 tests. In actuality,
她有一点
she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists.
就是她一直不讲重点，一直在解释。
experiences that people can have with
我可能会小小没耐心。
And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered.
下面不是有字幕吗？
And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms intentional on another more broad personality and psychopathology based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard.
我觉得她这一集不好看。
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS 5?
她很像在上课，就是她逻辑很好，很棒，没错。但是她一直不讲一个重点，然后一直在讲过程。虽然这过程也是非常重要的，但是，可是我不想上课。
major components by the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that.
不行这不好看，不行。我在想看这个史诗打脸比较好笑。
Circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot.
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition.
Okay. So I
这个超好笑，这我笑爆。
probably should read the context.
一点。
I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took it overnight the night before.
对啊，他很多话，可是就是很卡。
If you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved in, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words "so I mean he's an idiot" are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure. I get that. If you're just reading one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. Again, you have it right now.
不要再逼他了。
Is idiot a professional opinion? Yeah. Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the.
How does it follow the?
Well, you just said that. You're not rendering a professional opinion. You said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
In my practice, describe people. In my practice.
他会逼死了。
My clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it,
我看好笑哦。
planning, which is
对啊
what I meant to
他们律师团好屌啊。
All right, so you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative.
他被逼到喝水了。
You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay.
哎，
So
对，立功上。
what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
我靠，这个 Doctor 应该跟 Amber Heard 一样同一种病耶，他们两个真的没办法负责任。但是卖缓了，等一下 Johnny Depp 的律师会让他说出来他应该很少讲的3个字。And then Johnny Depp's lawyer is going to do the legal equivalent of pulling the doctor's pants down in front of the entire courtroom.
You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke. You didn't make the comparison.
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed.
哎，他真的是无理，然后还要
I would say
硬
your
要
processing
变。
speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other
大声一
portrayals
点。
in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact
会太大声。
on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he
可是
wasn't,
他已经很丢脸啦。
But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
Oh my god, with all his degrees and associations and fellowships, this guy doesn't seem to know jack shit about anything. And he's about to make it worse for himself because Depp's lawyer is about to pull out a receipt that not only makes the mad doctor look ignorant, but also reveal him to be possibly the most incompetent doctor we've ever seen on YouTube.
You
完蛋。
talked about the fact that Mr. Depp
啊，我只有失业
indicates
啊
that。from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his lines?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read
Wow.
was, and that may have been that example
Oh,
as to
no,
why
that's
he had said that
no.
it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans
对啊，还
have a lot
想
of
硬
trouble.
哎。
So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about it.
I don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
对啊，紧张到头发都乱了。
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. Unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
对啊，不知道就不要吵吵哎。
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard is Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece.
好奇怪哦。
Maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was.
Oh my God!
Where did you ever get
好
the
尴
idea
尬哦！他不要再说了。
That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
And
对啊，他质疑
you
人
know
家专
whether
业。
Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I
好
don't
强
know.
哦！
Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right.
Congratulations, 奇怪 Doctor, because on 好机车频道 you have now been upgraded to 奇怪北兰博士。
You are so dumb. You are really dumb.
傻眼呢。再看一下这个。
What up? 大家好，我是锁头。I will reveal something that may expose Dr. Spiegel as a liar.
Drama, my favorite.
So today, it'll be 超怪 Doctor versus 奇怪 Doctor.
这个人
By the end,
超怪
you can decide
Doctor 非
who's
常
the
讲的
mad
非
one
常
and
好，
who's the
我
sane
非常
one.
喜欢他的
So
回复，
previously,
很
Dr.
专业
Spiegel testified regarding Johnny Depp's mental decline
直接把他
and
打
what he
脸。
thought was the cause.
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a
好烦，为什么他会在这
in
啊？
processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern. You could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their
好强
mid-50s.
吧？
I think probably due to the alcohol and
不是啊，我觉得他的团队很奇
as
怪
part of
欸
that mini mental state
团
examination,
队
you're asked to remember
感觉都没有
three
准备
words
好哎。
and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat
他的
those
理论
three
是没
words.
问题，但
Mr.
是
Depp was
就是
unable
跟
to
事情是
recall
无关
any
的
of them.，
那他答非所
And
问，
that is very unusual
奇
for
怪，
a 50-ish-year-old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took
他没有
that.
逻辑。
That age group should be
当
remembered.
他一直在扯别的东西进来的时候，就是代表说他
Dr. Spiegel,
对
these
自己
opinions
事
that
情已
you
经没
have offered here, do you
没有
hold
那
them to
个
within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Now that last part is very important. A reasonable degree of certainty is what doctors and scientists use to determine the accuracy of their research and their opinion. So in plain English, it's how they determine how right or wrong they are. And Dr. Spiegel didn't just say yes, he said
absolutely.
So let's hear what Dr. Shaw has to say about this. And take note, he has written 3 books all published by the APA, the same organization that created the Goldwater Rule.
About. So it is possible for someone to give testimony
他讲得超清楚，逻辑超好。
And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed.
有料。
So for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was. However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits.
Who's about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
反正他现在跟我说什么东西是他发明的，我都会信。
testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing, and that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Wow. So it turns out Dr. Spiegel wasn't even qualified to give his opinion because it's not his area of expertise. Now, some of you might be thinking, okay, but he is a psychiatrist, and he did try to examine Johnny Depp twice, but Johnny Depp refused. Word? 你确定吗?
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp. And those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No. When Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Is that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, that's what I said. The court did not require it, right?
Well, there you go. It wasn't Johnny who refused. It was the court itself that
还想
denied
带
the
风向。
request. So Dr. Spiegel did make an analysis of Johnny Depp.
这个博士长
What
这样
exactly
回
did
来，那
he
个博
use
士
to do so?
But court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry. Other physicians' medical records, as you know, Dr.
该说 Dr. Curry 吗？
counselors and therapists,
咖喱博士
parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial, and I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So
All right, so we had a lot of secondhand information, similar to Don Hughes' situation. But like he argued before, and he had a good point, that even though the Goldwater standard frowns upon doctors making a diagnosis on someone who they haven't examined in person, that many doctors do it anyway. And that if they didn't, forensic psychology would cease to exist. But there are a few tiny details that Dr. Spiegel missed, and Dr. Shaw is going to lay them out for you.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes,
但是主要对一些
And what
认知受损
organizations
人
have
士
issued those
有可能
standards?
失智
One
人，
of
难怪
the
法庭裁
primary
定更不需要。
organizations that
对啊
has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic
Curry,
psychiatry is
Dr.
called the
Curry.
American Academy
对啊，
of
还蛮
Psychiatry
漂
and
亮。
Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. It has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. The guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation, but if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not genuine.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. Every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So an unfortunate statement. So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater Rule was violated and the adhered to.
Damn. So to me, Dr. Shaw laid it out pretty clear where Dr. Spiegel went wrong in his diagnostic process.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Now in this next clip, Amber Heard's lawyers did try to come back and nail Dr. Shaw and Cross, but it didn't work out the way they wanted. And I want you to pay close attention to how Dr. Shaw responds to the questions versus how Dr. Spiegel responded in his previous testimony.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
You know no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater Rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater Rule, correct?
I have not.
And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater Rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his
trial
yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater Rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes
he's
an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual, examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
So to me, this guy, 真的是超乖 doctor. He speaks clearly when making his points. He's not combative when being asked questions by Heard's team. And most importantly, he's humble as fuck.
So
I think if 奇怪 Doctor had been a little bit more like this guy, his testimony might have gone a lot better, and his Google ratings wouldn't have taken the hit that they did. Now, this was just one of the rebuttal witnesses that Johnny Depp called, and in the next episode, you're gonna hear one witness drop a bomb and blow a hole into Amber Heard's testimony, which makes it clear that Amber Heard is lying her ass off. So, stick around for that, and I'll see you on the flip side. Peace!
Oh my god.
$1 million defamation suit against him. Heard is not only that.
Do you feel any particular sense of how
你们先看一下吧。
Mr. Depp paying your legal fees?
1.3
Is helpful for this deposition and the testimony you provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Who is?
Myself.
Do you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
我跟很紧啊，我觉得很好看哦，是晚上的娱乐。
received on behalf of Miss Heard for a donation and
anonymous donation of $250,000.
Yes.
I believe you testified previously that you understood that the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Yes.
This is an email, Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020. Excuse me, at 11:02.
你们有看就是水行侠当证人的那一集吗？那一集也超好笑。
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
我不知道哎，我觉得很好笑。
Do you recall submitting a witness statement in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
Okay. So, not exactly a showstopper of a testimony, is it? There was almost no mention regarding anything she said in the court document, and I'm guessing that it was inadmissible because of hearsay. Now, although Jennifer's testimony was disappointing, there was one person's testimony last night that was far from it. But first, let's pull out some receipts. Amber Heard previously testified several weeks ago that Johnny Depp's denial of her alleged abuse and his lawsuit against her is what caused her career downfall. In particular, her role and involvement in the Aquaman films. And this is also partly the basis of her $100 million defamation suit against him.
How did your career evolve after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017?
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce. I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs and eventually made a movie called Aquaman. And, I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
Wow.
And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman. I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay, I want you to keep these two things in mind from her testimony. She had to fight to keep her role, and she was the lead actress in the Aquaman film. Now, the last time we had a testimony from a studio was from a mid-level Disney employee who very clearly stated that she didn't know much about anything when it came to Johnny Depp's connection with his removal from the Disney franchise and his legal troubles. Wakarikong, Johnny Depp's legal team don't fuck around. They got the president of DC Films to testify and state very clearly what the deal was with Amber Heard and her role in Aquaman.
Why is there anything you did prepare to testify for Warner Brothers as to topics 2 through 18?
I did not do anything to prepare for this. other than the meeting that I had with the attorneys.
Was Ms. Heard ever released by Warner Brothers from the Aquaman 2 contract, or what you call the option agreement?
No.
Was she released from her Aquaman 2 contract on or about February 22, 2021?
No.
Did Ms. Heard receive a pay increase for Aquaman 2?
No.
Why not?
As a rule, as a company, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies. And I think traditionally, prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated. And one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people come in and make these deals and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there was a deal in place. And it was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options moving forward.
But did Warner Brothers at any point in time reduce Ms. Heard's role in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which would have happened in 2018, I would say. The character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the script, the movie was built around the character of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson. So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Did Warner Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, the movie was always pitched as
Oh my god, 好尴尬哦。
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
抱歉，没有女主角，谢谢。
Was compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
So no on all accounts. This is very different than Amber Heard's account. But he did have one yes.
Was there any delay in Warner Brothers exercising the option to cast Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the cause of the delay?
There were conversations about potential recasting.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mera in Aquaman 2?
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there, and would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way.
Did Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to audition other actresses for the role of Mera in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed
全球打脸现场。我记得那时候他直播好像破100万人在看。
Concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
What role, if any, did Ms. Heard's dispute with Johnny Depp have in Warner Brothers picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
No.
Would Warner Brothers have paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if it had picked up her option earlier?
No.
So, Even though they were considering replacing Amber Heard, it had nothing to do with Johnny Depp and
我也
everything
觉
to
得，
do
不管
with the
输
lack
跟
of
赢，感觉
chemistry between
Amber Heard
her
都
and
会
Jason
觉得他
Momoa.
自己没
But
有
even
错。
still, they took
然后
no further action
因
to
为她
have
的
her removed. Now,
她的老
this
公
is a big
前任老
development
公是那
because
个
not
上
only
一
does
代，
it call into
我也
question
觉得
Amber
是
Heard's
因为
previous
她老公的问
testimony,
题。
but it may very
然
well
后
break the
她输
foundation
了，
of her
我感觉她
defamation
从头
suit
到尾都没有觉得
against
她自己
Johnny
有错
Depp.
哎。
Now, as I was editing
包
this
含
video,
她
Kate
大
Moss
便
suddenly
在
appeared on
床
my
上
screen to testify for Johnny Depp. For those of you who may
我不知道
not
这是真
remember,
的。
just 2 weeks ago, Amber Heard testified in court and said this.
我觉得这可以拍个那个纪录片哎，很好看哎。
And Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back to the staircase, and Johnny at her, and I don't even wait for any other. I don't hesitate. Wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
You might be wondering, why were those guys celebrating? Well, let's find out.
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And I screamed because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he have down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Well, there you go,
Oh
folks.
my
Yet
God.
another one calling Amber out on her shit. And that's only the beginning of the trouble for Amber Heard. She is currently being investigated by 2 governments. Because of her failure to pay the $7 million in donations that she claimed she was going to do, the UK High Court, which relied mostly on her testimony in the ruling of Johnny Depp's defamation suit back in 2020, is now investigating her for possible perjury charges. And the Australian court is also investigating her for perjury regarding lying on the immigration documents when illegally bringing her dogs into the country back in 2015. Needless to say, Amber Heard is knee-deep in shit. Now tonight should see several more witnesses coming forward on Johnny Depp's behalf, and we're expecting to see more from Dr. Shannon Curry, and most importantly, a former employee of TMZ, the very magazine that Amber Heard allegedly leaked her abuse photos to. And TMZ fought tooth and nail to keep him from testifying under his non-disclosure.
Mr. Depp, that this trial.
You are a pretty big fan.
I was hitting you. I was not punching you.
This is the real Miss Heard. The one in the audio recordings. Not the one you saw in this courtroom. You saw it.
Oh, wow.
Miss Heard sobbing without tears.
I've never been so scared in my life. It was...
这超烦的，他剪辑超好笑。
眼泪登场节变出现小意外，卡蜜拉反应超 Q。Johnny, can you say hi, Sam? He'll never believe you. 虽然法院还没宣布判决，相信强尼逮捕已经赢回全球粉丝的心了。强尼逮捕被安迫害的，不对。
You are a pretty big fan.
What?
等一下。太好笑了啦。
Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to.
Words in. Musk, we have posted an uncensored version of this episode in our members only area. So you can sign up, watch it, and then cancel after. Okay, so in our previous episode, Johnny Depp revealed that he was the one that got Amber Heard the role in Aquaman.
有，我看，我觉得那个记者回的也是超正确的。
And with time running out, they are desperate, which is why they try everything in their power to piss Johnny off. And this time, they've come with receipts.
So you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
I was, more than anything, I was.
And you testified earlier this morning. You claimed
you
somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? after the temporary restraining order?
Which question would you like me to handle first?
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her?
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't.
So that does not come down to yes or no at all times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 8.
他超烦的哎。
Is that me
Mr. Depp,
trying to
is
get her
this
fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Christy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. You can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June
那
4th,
律师整个
isn't it?
June 4th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that W film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein.
他旁边的人很紧张。
Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to fire Ms. Heard, right?
I had vetted Ms. Heard.
他有自己的步调。
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak this morning.
Brothers
Your Honor,
Warner Brothers had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. Next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Asked and answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir. You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached out to Sue
them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue Crawl to get her to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
So unfortunately, it looks like Team Heard's tactic is working, as even the judge had to step in and tell Johnny to answer the question directly. This is not looking good for Depp. And in the next clip, they're coming with even a more damning receipt. Oh, and by the way, whenever you hear the word mollusk, Johnny Depp is referring to Elon Musk, because a mollusk is a spineless animal, such as a snail, a clam, or a squid. So, bring on the bleeps.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct? Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
其实我之前知道这件事情，就是唯一知道他们事情的时候是有人是说他在床上大便，所以我才就是很惊讶，说真的假的？我才知道原来他们离婚了。
I have no mercy, no fear,
Oh
and
my
not an
God.
ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a guzzler out of my life. I met a sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair.
I'll
show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Wow. I gotta give Depp props. He really knows how to cut people down with his words. And he took full credit for that literary massacre. So now Team Heard is gonna try and come at Johnny Depp again. But this time, instead of bringing receipts, they're gonna try and copy Camille's strategy of using what he said in the court and his testimony against him.
Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No.
No?
No, in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay. To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony?
哇，这些证物超多的
February 2020, correct?
而且这个官司打好久哦。
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you.
为什么他们水都有颜
For
色？
speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said,
你们不觉得 Amber Heard 旁边的男生很抢戏吗？
waiting
他
to
一
be
直这
able
样
to。get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed
你看
several
他
times in this
回头
proceeding,
频率
Mr. Depp, that this trial
2秒
is your
1
first
2
chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp?
他在尽量的刷存在感，在那个被切的中间这样。
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I put
And that was 6 months before Ms. Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial.
为什么他感觉在问干话？
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you committed domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
你看，
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there were great limitations in the UK trial.
Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
So if you ask me, Team Heard failed this round. They were trying unsuccessfully to shape the narrative that Johnny Depp colluded with his lawyer to create a smear campaign against Amber Heard soon after she filed a restraining order against him, which is the basis for Amber Heard's $100 million defamation suit against Johnny Depp. But the judge, Johnny Depp, and everyone else in that courtroom wouldn't buy in it. Whack. Now in this final clip, even though Heard's lawyers finish his cross, he still tries to get one last jab in at Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp's response? Priceless.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story? Get the load off your back.
As the UK trial was suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in some things can be brought up, some things can't be brought up.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay.
Woo! That's probably the most heated we've seen Johnny Depp since the beginning of this trial. And with the jury set to make their final decision tomorrow night, everyone's nerves are on edge. Now, with so much having been revealed last night, Kate Moss, TMZ, the fake photos, and of course, I'm not sure if this little spat will help or hurt Johnny Depp's case so late in the game. But what do you think in the comments down below? And with Amber Heard's team having only 1 hour left to cross or call a witness, there's no telling what tactics or last-minute antics they're willing to pull out to try and shift the outcome in their favor. So I guess we'll have to wait and see tonight, and you can be damn sure we'll be covering it for you tomorrow. So until then, remember to like, subscribe, and we'll see you on the flip side.
明天就改了吗？改问题，改个名字就没有问题了。
2016.
She was planting a seed in everyone's mind to pay off at the end of this trial. And today, all 3 of these questions will be answered. So, do you remember back when she was crossing Amber Heard and she said this?
True, you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited.
你们很吵，很奇怪，我们恩选都没有吵，一直吵。
More red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
Well, it turns out she already had a man on it because last night saw Brian Neumeister analyzing the photos that Amber Heard took of her alleged bruises. What he had to say is exactly what we thought. Now, there are 2 things you need to know. First, whenever he references Photos 3.0, he is talking about the Apple software that can only be used on a computer. And second, 因为我们一直被 YT 黄标, we cannot show the actual photos of Amber Heard. So whenever you see the turd icon on the screen, just imagine Amber's face.
不要啦，恩选啦。
Does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
哎呦
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs. They appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes, and the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. All 3 of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got Photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is. But again, you see the Photos 3.0. And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited, and rendered through the photo editing. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see Photos 3.0, it's not anywhere near an original.
And Mr. Neumeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's Exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the dates number, 712 and 713. There are 2 separate exhibits. It's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
This guy removed all doubt in our minds that these photos are fake as fuck. So, do you remember the other question Camille asked Amber Heard? I think it had something to do with a video being leaked to a very famous online publication.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know how to do that.
TMZ owns the copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
Well, after Team Heard tried numerous times to keep this guy from entering the courtroom, the former TMZ employee finally took the stand. And what he had to say not only put Amber in the hot seat, but he also put her lawyer in her place. And he explains in detail while describing when and how he got the footage of Amber Heard when she filed her restraining order.
那所以他之前判那个案子有可能会改吗？还是他判完结束之后，即使是之后知道是假的话，也没有用了。
Discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I'd received. So I had no interest in testifying. It was, I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not.
Why not?
Because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
Oh.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Oh.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to. So we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line. So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type website in which it contained that video.
Your Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said was a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
So, an anonymous tip and an anonymous link. Now you might be wondering, how would they be able to post a video and gain the copyright to it from someone who's not only faceless, but nameless as well? Well, he's about to lay it all out for you and the jury, loud and clear.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us, and then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ? Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
因为帮忙是新人类，
How does
所
that
以
video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in his trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly sniggering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did
TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice they use is when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
Well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
Nothing
further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes.
Wow. So not one, but 2 anonymous tips. The video that we saw in court was edited from its original length, and then the person who leaked it must have been a reliable source who not only owned the original copyright to the video, but had the rights to sell it. Any idea who that could have been? Now, as soon as Camille said she had no further questions, Amber Heard's lawyer was up quick, ready to cross Mr. Tremaine and put him in his place. So she must have a pretty strong defense that's gonna knock him down, right?
So, how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr.
这里超好看。
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you will.
他这个律师应该也会被提1.3分吧？
Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay. You know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Oh.
Miss Bredoff, I do believe that video game designer just ate your lunch, girl. Okay, so do you remember back when Camille Vasquez was crossing Amber Heard and she said this?
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning.
Well, the first thing in my mind was, who's the source? Who's gonna be the one to sit up there and tell exactly what happened in this case? Well, it turns out it's none other than Captain Jack Sparrow himself.
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions, for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her. And because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Disney executives, Warner executives, told them that...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Aquaman! Damn, son. Now, I imagine when he says that Amber Heard had problems with Australia, he's referring back to her issue back in 2015 when she illegally smuggled dogs into the country, and which she is now being investigated for perjury. So, with the Vasquez temporal pincer movement complete, Amber Heard's lawyers were on Johnny Depp with all the ridiculous fury of a teacup Yorkie.
Aquaman.
And when they came at him with everything they had, it nearly turned into a one-on-one verbal boxing match between him and the lawyer. And that's exactly what we're gonna cover in our next episode. So until then, remember to like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you on the flip side.
真好看，真是好
Back
看。
at home, YouTube will not description Depp and for with Amber Heard one last time. And I can tell you now, both sides put up a very tough fight. And Camille Vasquez came at Amber with everything she had. This epic battle is nearly 20 minutes of Camille, Amber's lawyers, and the judge fighting to let the truth be known. And we split it up into 2 episodes. Less than 24 hours from hearing the former TMZ employee's shocking testimony, Camille takes Amber Heard to task on the sequence of events that led up to the leaking of the video to TMZ.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex parte on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that?
I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the TRO,
to strike. And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can. Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as non-responsive. Just if you could just answer the questions.
并不会好吗？我们来这里，你们来这里应该不是想要看我手肘碰手肘的吧？
When you were leaving the courthouse, yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at
我
all.
这边碰了。
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist.
我也想要那个用这个啾，可是我没有看。
You would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very day, didn't you?
No, I did
the
not.
The one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I never did that.
We heard testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes, and you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
Oh,
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
so I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
So now Amber Heard has dared to call the man who has everything to lose and nothing to gain a liar.
That was disrespectful.
And as Camille presses on, Amber Heard herself is about to get caught in a very sticky situation. See if you can spot it.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and
yes,
that was my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, That wasn't included in the video that TMC received.
I don't know what video TMC
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me
Mr.
to repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified at the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not come
portions.
to me.
Ms. Heard,
Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
Oh.
You're very wrong about that.
So
if I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I don't.
That? You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
So let me get this straight. You could have leaked the video and other documents in a more effective way, but yet you said yourself you don't know how. 水平分妹妹，这样子好像没逻辑耶。That don't make no sense. So now, Camille is about to move on to the day Amber filed her temporary restraining order. Is new evidence that contradicts what Amber Heard testified to.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799. This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes, yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right?
Happy.
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if I can speak to what bruise you can see or
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then
Oh.
obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup, as per usual.
That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms.
复原
Pennington
能力金刚了。
in there too?
That
Ms.
is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Mr. I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
So, Exhibit 512. This piece of evidence is what Camille uses to nail Amber so hard that she ends up breaking character, losing track of her story, and thus nearly losing her shit. And we are going to find out what it is and the bloody conclusion between Camille and Amber in the next episode. So until then, like, subscribe, and I'll see you.
太好看了吧
Call that testimony?
So please refrain from hateful comments so that we can keep this going. So after you smile, will Camille use it to destroy Amber Heard?
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct
哦，
testimony,
其他最后会在法
you
庭拉
testified
屎，
that
应该
this
不
was
会。
taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident.
猫咪都会这样。
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Could you please turn first to
对不对？
page 4585, specifically starting on line 16?
我觉得我超会
Line 16
学
where it
猫
says,
的。
let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
他们都是这
You
样。
see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th,
对
2015 follows?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603.
然后就
Starting
什
on
么
line
动机就这
12
样。
and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testified that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes.
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
That's correct.
And the main apartment
That's
is Penthouse
correct.
5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, depends on what. The main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512
这到底是什么无聊的图片？
Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence.
Again, in
relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015, this exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was a result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms.
floor.
Heard, you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725.
She needs to orient herself.
What the hell are you talking about?
I suppose one could suffer motion sickness while sailing through the sea of that is, her truth. Now in this next part, Camille Vasquez is about to use the same technique she did in the last episode, but this time, Amber Heard don't hold up so well.
You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor, so unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next question.
Well, the metadata next to it is so that
Ms. Heard,
to avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard,
thing.
there's no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day. Let's turn to page 4750.
其实还蛮勇敢的，不觉得吗？就是要在这么多人面前，你就这样睁眼说瞎话。
You see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804, starting at line 14.
Yes.
Through 4805, line 4. Do you see that you're testifying that Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And Defendant's Exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different
但我
versions
觉
of
得
the same picture.
他这一系列开庭是他演过的戏里面最好看，
Which one was taken on December 15th,
真的是最好看。
or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Damn. Towards the end, Amber Heard started to break down. And for a few brief moments, you could see the real Amber Heard starting to slip through. And Camille sees it too, which is why in this final part, she goes straight for the jugular and finishes Amber off like a boss.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had been for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So
对，之前传他不是没有说，
and we
他
saw
都没有
a
解释。
statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain. It was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you punished Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp and Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Miss Moss to agree to testify. That never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you think Miss Moss needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by putting her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property night to come forward and testify that that was the truth, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
Pause. So when she said this, the internet exploded, saying that she admitted it. She finally admitted that she wrote it. So let me explain you what an op-ed is. The term op-ed is short for opposite the editorial page, which means that a guest author publishes an article in a newspaper that they are not affiliated with and they are not employed by. Thus, Amber Heard being the guest author and the newspaper being the Washington Post. So when people claim that Amber admitted to writing the op-ed, the thing is, she never denied it. From day one when she took the stand, within 10 seconds of her sitting down, she said this.
Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
But here's where things get a little tricky, because the chairman of the ACLU already testified that it was the ACLU staffers who ghost wrote the op-ed.
Was it your understanding that it was Robin Schulman who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
Yes.
So even though Amber Heard wasn't exactly denying that she wrote it, her taking credit for it can be considered an exaggeration of the truth. But regardless of whether she wrote it or not, Team Depp has to prove that what was written in the Washington Post directly resulted in the fall of Johnny Depp's career. But that's not all. Team Depp also has to prove that what was written was intended with malice. In a courtroom, doing something with malice means that you have the intent to harm someone or know that what you are doing is wrong. This is why they've been trying so hard to prove that the abuse allegations are false and that Amber Heard herself was the abuser.
Now I know.
And knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe.
Now with that said, let's keep watching because things are about to heat up.
I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand.
risking jail time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear my question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have seen
For a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the House manager in Australia, to show up.
他一直在跟陪审团
Who from England to testify that Mr. Depp's
那个
fingerprint was found exactly
解
where it said
释。
it
我刚才那个他是不是走音了？
I have
好
never
笑哦
heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
我刚才那个他很他哎。
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
could,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines,
我把自己逗乐。
but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah. But you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through.
election as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case, so I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are informed to be without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions.
So with the preliminary instructions out of the way, now it's time to get to the meat. And the judge is going to start by reminding the jury what each side is suing for and what they need to make their decision.
而且当这场的陪审团的人也是很
claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard. The issues in this
很
case
为
are
难
summarized
就是
below.
很难去
Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or
保持一
published
个
any of
很
the following statements. A. Amber
中心的
Heard
感觉
spoke up against
因为这
violence
太明
and
显
faced
了
our culture's wrath that has to change. B. Then 2 years ago, I became a
他们
public
应该觉
figure
得我
representing
我
domestic
看了 live
abuse, and I
好好
felt the
看
full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about
那个聊天
Ms.
室
Heard's statements false?
有人
Number
说
6, did Ms. Heard make the
这个
statements
造
with
型是
actual
桂冠
malice?
吗？
Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow.
So now the judge is going to give a specific set of conditions on how they can return a verdict for Johnny Depp. And if you haven't noticed already, the judge tends to repeat certain instructions. This is for the sake of clarity, to make sure that the jury fully understands what is at stake and to remind them to be careful when reviewing the evidence and making their decisions.
You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement.
So in case you've forgotten, this trial is also about Amber Heard's $100 million countersuit against Johnny Depp. And the judge is going to explain specific conditions on which the jury can return their verdict in her favor.
You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number two, the statement was about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number two, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the above, you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue.
So now that the judge has made the instructions and the conditions clear, they should be ready to go, right? Not yet. Because this is a trial by jury, you have ordinary people making a decision that a judge normally would. So because of this, things have to be made clear. Because if not, then someone can make a very big mistake. And in the next episode, the judge is going to define very clearly what certain terms mean. So stay tuned for that. Remember to like, subscribe, and I'll see you on the flip side. Peace.
Bye.然后等一下11点会再播另外一个，有一个这个
What up? 大家好，我是锁头。Again, thank you guys for all of your donations.
On the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case, right? But what the lawyers in their closing argument of law does not permit. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand. On the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments.
我忘记调超声了。流量赚烂了，可是我觉得他们翻译的很用心，而且要去剪这些片段，然后要更新也是应得的吧，对吧？感谢他的翻译耶。对啊，他们这边应该出片。对啊。首播是完全没字幕的，确实。对啊，我这边先帮他按个赞。没有可是我之前看的首播是没有翻译的，全英文。对啊。但它内部不是首播啊，我是说他们在开庭的时候是没有字幕的，因为字幕是他们自己上的，所以我觉得光是字幕呢，就是值得给他一个 respect。
大家好，我是锁头，
对吧
？And welcome to part 2 of the judge's jury instructions. If you enjoy this video, make sure you help us out by smashing that like button and share it to your friends. So you might not know this, but certain words that we use outside of the courtroom actually have a different meaning when used inside of the courtroom. And the judge is about to explain this very clearly when it comes to the words defamatory and malice.
我们失去了一颗软糖，他又逃走了。
in an indirect way, that is by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, You must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This
不要把
means
这
you may
个
not
先
seize on any
上
one
去，
word,
不然
phrase, or image, or consider only one
我觉得你
particular
们会
statement, phrase, or passage in
看得很
isolation.
乱。
In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are
你
false
们要
or
连接我
defamatory,
再
you must read
就好
those。statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice
哪一
by
排的
clear
软
and
糖？
convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number one, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number two,
不知道
so
哪一排。
recklessly as to amount to a
不太
willful
懵哦。
disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the
可能
statement
要
is
问阿凡。
probably false. Actual malice
我
is
水果软
objective
糖。
analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false.
So now that the definitions are made clear, it's time to move on to the evidence, particularly expert witnesses. And you might find yourself a little bit surprised at what the jury can and cannot disregard when considering testimony.
The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, may state their opinions as to relevant
不管这场官司强尼戴普输还是赢，他永远是最屌的，我不
You
管
should。consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you
从小看他
think
神
it
鬼
deserves.
奇航长大，
If
不
you should
行。
decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may
对，跟
disregard
哆啦 A
the
梦最强
opinion
的一样。
entirely. In considering the
强
weight
哥
to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand,
对啊，
the
看完
weight
觉得
and
单身
process
挺
of
好的。
reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the
对啊。
side for which they testify, the relative
但是配乐
opportunities
少很
for
多。
study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other
确
matters
实
which
啊，
serve
如果
to
被这样子
eliminate
弄，一
their
定会片
statements.
源少很多啊。
In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data
我觉
upon
得
which
就
he
是
or she
有时
relied.
候
An expert
就
witness
是
was asked whether statements contained in published treatises,
正义会来，会迟到，但是他不会
reliable
完
authority
全
of a type
不会
normally
就
relied
是
upon by others in his or her field of expertise.
不会不来，
This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge
就算是有
accuracy,
迟来的
of the
正义
expert。witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case.
Okay, so in this next part, you're going to hear the judge
他
use
最
the
终
word
还是会获得
ball.
他该有
That
的
is
报
not what
应
you。think. Although the term bald is commonly associated with someone's hair condition, such as myself, it also can be used to describe a way in which someone makes a statement. For example, you could say that's a bald-faced lie, which means that it is shameless, no storytelling, it's direct, to the point, and simply untrue. Now, you can also use it to describe the truth as well, but us Texas folk tend to use it. But let's hear what the judge has to say about it.
Considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify.
毕竟是一个大树，
You are permitted to draw from the
他之前承诺的也没有捐啊，
reasonable inferences as may seem justified
要搞坏他
in
名
your
声
own experience.
但他也有做到
During the
了。
trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence.
在地球上每3秒就交易一瓶强力逮捕的香水。
And instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict. Nor are you to draw any inference from the fact of objection.
哎，你们收到扩香瓶了对吧？
Any matter that was
很香吧？
stricken by the court, it is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested
今
by
天
a
快要
party
来
is not
变，
evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict.
All right, so now for the final
姜啊
part, the judge is going to
变更温
explain
和
how the jury should decide who should pay damages
棒
and
吧
how much.
If you find
打开就闻到了，
Mr.
对
Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration
只是如果不是前200的话，就会变成追加。
the occasions on which they were made and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult,
小吧，
the
不会吧？
probable effect on those
差
who
不多
heard
啊
the statements,
100
and their
more。
probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the
不过
community
客
and
服
in
说你的
business.
扩香瓶
Your
清楚
verdict
出
should
货
be
下
the
星期会
amount
拿
that
到
will，fully and fairly
嗯，
compensate
对，
him or her for
因为6日的
Number
话
one,
货
any
运
loss
是
or
休
injury
息
to
的。
his or her business. Number 2, any insult to him or her, including any pain,
你家开除
embarrassment,
司机，
humiliation, or mental suffering.
你
Number 3, any injury to his or her reputation. And number 4, any actual
可是我家有开除司机耶，你是不是？你家除司机特别强啊？
for any harm that
你好
occurred after
蠢。
November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements.
对啊，扩香100 more。
The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item is caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages.
除司机觉得
Sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you
好香。
to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for
小
that
心
item.
头河。
If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard
今
of
天
the
的伙
truth,
食不错。
that is with a high degree of
对
awareness
面一
that the
堆
statements
黄
were
董很好
probably
看，
false,
对啊
you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages.
扩香族要不要放2个就好？扩香族可以看自己，如果你想要它的味道散的比较快的话，你就可以全放。但是人家上面卖的话，你就可以放1根2根，随便你。哦，我是全放。
Then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions,
and
serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages.
So now that the rules, the conditions, and the terms are laid out very clearly, it's time for the jury to make their decision. The fate of Johnny Depp is in their hands, but we'll have to wait until Tuesday to find out, or at the latest, maybe even Thursday. And after that, we will give our final conclusion to this entire series. So until then, remember to like, subscribe, and I'll see you on the flip side. Peace.
赞啦！礼拜2就要出来了，对完礼拜4，好期待哦！我觉得超期待。屁事，屁事。 有人说这个法官如果唱 rap， 估计也是快嘴。拿到会舍不得拆开，没事哦，就把它拆开，勇敢的拆开。I'm a rap。哎，对，我们今天是不是还没有讲那个啊？跟大家说活动的时间，里长的时间。重大事情宣布！重大事情宣布！来，当当！哎，靠北，我按错了。到了，来这边。5月份呢，我们快要到6月3号的抽奖日了。然后，从5月8号到6月3号的话，有这个全订阅者的抽奖活动啊、人可以不用在，那会在这个订阅者名单里面抽出8个奖项，10个名额可以获得这个我们的礼物。那我们那天抽奖当天会是在6月3号63日的7点、9点跟11点抽奖，然后另外呢还有个当日限定活动，就是我们前几天有玩的滚球嘛，然后我们会取积分制的前5名，然后来获得奖品，另外再随机抽出1位获得特别奖。那第3个蓝色框呢，就是赠送订阅或小起点的保底。那如果你在这个月有赠订满30份或是5263点的话，可以获得这个神秘小礼物1个。没错，然后最后一项呢是我们的老宣宝专属福利奖哦，就一样是在当天6月3号的晚上11点，然后用滚球的方式呢会对决出我们的最大奖 PS5 一台 ，nice， OK。好，那我们现在再来给大家暖暖身啊！我们来玩一下滚球怎么样？给你们暖暖身啊！6月3号快到了，好，等我看一下游戏，等一下。还没哦，赶 感谢 JIE 的30份订阅，感谢感谢。哇，加沙刚好。来哦，我们现在选一个，我们需不需要？我们选这个好了。我们这边开放200个人进场，请大家打惊叹号 play 加入比赛。哎，把握机会啊！聊天室，感谢神奇小弟的9个月。哦，很多人，很多人，很多人，很多人。跟你讲哦，我们这一场玩的是，在我前面的1名要被编600秒哦，你们自己小心一点。你很好play哦，蔡哥有 play， 好哦。那我们这边额外开一个赌盘，我这边会不会赢蔡哥？来来来，有这个3个选项啊，有会跟不会跟我们一起被淘汰，3个。来118，等你们。他在我前1名，那但是没办法了，600秒了。好。我赢了。所以等一下在我前面1名的话，要被编600秒，然后外插一个赌盘，谁比较快？我猜谁比较快？换6砸下去。我是他在我前1名，一样啊。我们这个规则就是清清楚楚，我是公平之人喂，没有特例，就只好含泪编了。预测结束，我们就开始了，请大家把握机会哦。现在137位小朋友跟下去，没错。OK， 持续增加中，但是我们也要开始了，逾时不候哦，谢谢。来，我们各位都在这了。来，再给你们3秒钟，3、2、1 ，Go！ 你们来不及了。4、3、2、1 ，Go！ 哎呦哎呦哎呦哎呦！有人飞得很高哦！很东很东，有，我看到我们，我在蔡哥前面，哈，不行，哦，有，我还在蔡哥前面，耶！蔡哥再见了，结果是3，我 们那个殉情了，我们都死了，笑死哎呦，很多人也在这边陨落哦。哎，你这个人好像特别慢哎，回眸一，你自己在玩哦。哇，要死了！刚这单死太多人了吧？来，最后的赢家！哎呦！哇，纱布织第1名啊，第2名秋若，第3名世行，哇，前3名啊！看一下这个我们最终的外赌呢是，可是我被淘汰，所以没有那个我前面那1名会被我 ban 的这件事，所以我们这次的结果呢是，我跟蔡哥都已经死掉了。哎，排在一起是怎样？哎，这个赔率很扯哎。好好笑哦。啊，不行啊！来，再来一场，再一场。我们这边选择我们的，随机点一个，一样200人。哎，一样啊，我前面那个注意一点啊。我打了吧？有，我看到我自己了。这边还要再赌一次吗？哎，蔡哥也在、再来，我们赢，好玩，赚大钱的时刻来了。143位，预测结束之后就开始了哦。我们把握时间，最后46个名额，45，哎没有55，刚才算数有问题。要睡觉了，快录完。50人，其实真的好好玩哦。这个真的很好玩剩1分钟。TWND 也是互动，好哦。有可能在挂台吧，我也不知道。有一部分机器人啊，你们也知道的，你们也是我的机器人啊，对吧？可不见得每个人想玩啊，可以理解啊，我玩得很快30秒。8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1，开始，无情开始。来不及了，你们。来，各位，请大家好自为之。1 ，Go！ ，Go， 冲啊！我好像急的好像很快哦。哎呦，哎呦，哎呦，哎呦！哎，我怎么那么慢啊？我怎么这么慢？哎，我在很后面，可恶！豆点很快，闭嘴追也很快。我这边怎么还没有？哎，我还在这哎。哦，好，我下去了，我下去了。等我一下，等我一下。等我一下啦！哎，主委这次很快哦，你不会很快啊？哎，怎么有人被淘汰了？我这边又是一个陷阱的地方哎，大家自己小心，有人飞走了。这边转的超快的，我觉得一定很多人会死在这。哦哦哦哦！哇！走上面的人很安全，走下面的人有机会拜拜。哦哦哦哦哦！反而加速了，什么意思？哎，我怎么在这里啊 ？Hello， 我可以快一点吗？我来追一下前面的人。哦，神奇小弟掰。到这个地方，光极掰，哦，极光雨掰，好像极儿弹得很高，但不晓得他会不会也下去了。拜拜，再见，再见，下去，各位下去。哎，我在这，我在这，我在这，我会被分下去吗？哎呦，会吗？我还能吗？我 slip 下去了。来，边无情的地方。哎，我紧追在后，我紧追在后。哦不，不，泰哥赢了，太夸张了。不不不！哎，格雷夫，你是不是很慢？哭了，哭了。连预测结果不会。哇，这个赔率。你们还在玩哦？你们3个可以不要再玩了吗？我们结束了，你们被烧到了啦！第1名透点，还成，而且这是为什么？哎，这是主委那个最前面的一次。哦不，啊，我也有24哎，4行20。提波17，无心，金星无糖16，第5名啊！我看一下，真的耶，黑色双旗第4，明城第3，尼罗湖山猪第2。哦，汤姆克不是好吃第10，太阳饼不要太阳9，不错不错，不错不错。我看一下谁要600秒，我前面是谁 ？FTF24G， FTF24G。有鹰眼吗？10分钟后见了。 你大概40分的时候可以回来。笑死，无情。来，再来，我们要说名额。我想随意的滚。我按了吗？这次限额177名，177。来，惊叹号 play， 没玩过的图。来，哦，这次他很快哦。再比一次。好好玩哦。哦，剩下一点点哦，预测完就开始。唉，事不过三，这次一定赢，不要再落了。这最后一盘了哦，各位。对，反正出发，没有是预测完就出发，还有1分钟。这是什么开心农场？我们可以看一下，在等的时候我们可以看一下这个图长怎么样。我们这个图呢，这也是大家的样子哦，所有参赛者在这，然后这个图呢会经过这个木板往下坠，透过这个奇怪的管子，哦，一路直达这里。它通过这个看似好像很困难重重的地方之后呢，会被卷到这个地方来，再下去会遇到这个陷阱，然后另外再加速进入这个球里面啊，球里面有很多片啊，然后之后再滚出来。靠北这样，现在怎样？等一下，白痴哦！我被困住了，上帝被困住了，然后再下来哦，会经过这个叉叉的地方，一路往前直达终点。OK， 没有问题，我们去看看我们参赛者如何。剩下10秒了。我们的参赛者的部分 ，OK， 开始 ，Go， 加油啊！冲啊！冲啊！冲啊！冲啊！冲啊！什么意思？没事，我会追上的。哦哟！哦哟！蔡哥，等一下，你等一下，你先等一下。他又上去了，看我在这边。哦 ，God damn！ 有人下去了好扯哦！还有人在玩这个格斗天王，你说不定你等一下被淘汰，我跟你讲，我这边要被运输过去了。来，大家在这，好家伙，下去了。喂呀！哦，为什么？为什么你都这么快啊？你是不是前几名啊？你是不是要下去了？嘿，哦！ 在徘徊，他还没有，他还没。我们现在看很多人掉下去了，我应该有机会追上吧？你真的在等我谢谢你哦。不是我才刚说完谢谢你哦，你怎么？我要输了！我要输了 ！No！ 输了。老晕宣宝怎么这么后面？因为在晕吗 ？Hello， 你自己在玩哦。你好孤单。来，我们看，没事，名城比你后面。哦哟，反超哦。没有，并没有，他还在这。可怜的孩子，终于可以过去了。哇 ，Andy 第一名第二名是邱生万，第三名定，你今天好像蛮稳的哦。第四名30块仙草，第五名这个1997，第六名安种田地，第7名雨辰，第9名邦邦，第8名是情节啦。第10名 Box， 蔡哥22。可恶气死我了！HSUAN0222，来，非常遗憾的，你要被600秒，请你出来。软体好强，对啊，完了，不会。第一盘血战来吧，你来领你的600了 ，so sad 。5万变17万了，哇，完蛋，笑死，好好玩哦。对啊。哇，没啦，今天的滚球环节没啦，那这个就是我们6月3号当天那个限定活动，人要在才可以参加的活动，然后包含就最后最大奖的 PS5 也是会用这个游戏来这个游戏来抽出的最大赢家，所以你们自己好自为之。好。切回来 ，OK， nice。第一个你会第一，什么符的？我142符啊！哎呀，好了，那我们今天还要开到这里哦，各位。明天周一是我的公休日，所以我们礼拜2见，好吗？噔噔噔噔，谢谢坦克630点，感谢你。对，各位晚安，感谢大家今天的工商支援，还有厨房台，让你们肚子饿，好像也不错。然后我今天晚上会记得找一个良辰吉时 po 一下我今天的食物，大家不用客气。我这边先请大家吃个冬粉吧，请你们吃冬粉，晚安 ，love you， 拜拜。 我揪一下团好了。看一下有谁要开哦，等等。当你把了。哦，可以哦。海奇 ，OK， 你才刚来，那是你的问题啊。各位，晚安喽，礼拜二见。礼拜二会去拍那个，会去拍摄东西，所以有可能会比较晚开一点点。我会在 IG 跟你们说。好啦，各位晚安了，再见。